We need to wait and see how it is. He has a lot. He has a lot of work to be done. And this morning we saw him take on quite heavily the general secretary of the MPP. So of course it's quite clear it's not going to say whether. But I think one of the very important things, if you look also at the nomenclature and how the MPs are going to be seated, they are likely from indications. Okay, yeah. So we will get that bit when we speak to Roslyn on this. But I mean, with the way the numbers are, it's really clear that there's going to be a spillover into the other side. But what remains key is to the effect that the NPP has registered and I put a notice that they are not going to be a walkover, and I trust that they are not going to be a walkover, knowing the caliber of leaders they have now. People may see or say that their numbers are few, and a lot of descriptions herein given to them, but they are not going to be a walkover. They will register their stance on issues.
When we go to the floor of the House, as at
George as well, coming in some very traditional regalia at this particular point in time, much to the cheers of his colleagues. But just on that point, Komla makes as well with respect to the NPP, who will be the minority soon, not being a walkover. Their leader, Alexander Penyumakin, earlier today, when he was delivering his speech towards a dissolution of the Parliament, made it very categorical statement. You touch one, you've touched all, and that's the position they're taking into the 9th Parliament. We're still seeing a lot more of the clerk's pictures being taken here and there, and preparations really underway. We're going to be hearing from Roxy Nelson Dapemepo shortly. He will join us. And then we can perhaps also subject these latest we're getting with respect to the court bailiffs having serving the injunction applications and the likes on Parliament as well. But this is what the House is looking like at this particular point in time. And Alfred, that's what we know at this particular point in time. Injunction applications been served. We are waiting to see really how it all plays out. When the clerk will be expected to begin that roll call, and whether or not there will be acrimony, animosity, or misunderstanding really from the side of the NDC with regards to these constituencies which are still under litigation, and then we can be able to make some headway. I'm going to now try and find Roxy Nelson Dapemepo, and then we'll return to you shortly again, Alfred.
Okay, great. Mana, thank you very much. And stay with us here on your Election Command Center. This is the continuous coverage of the dissolution of the 8th Parliament and the inauguration of the 9th Parliament. And we'll segue into the swearing in of the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama, tomorrow morning. So this is the place to be here on your Election Command Center. But let's go straight back to the magic wall. And Joseph, Eric Mane and Komla briefly talked about the Ashanti North constituency, and then also for Goma Central for Kwame A+. We had a conversation with him earlier today. It's indicated that both MPP and NDC are having engagement with him, and he's yet to take a decision who he's going to caucus with. But it appears that if you listen to him quite closely, he says he's seeking the interests of his constituents, and whichever one is going to bring development to him, he will align. But the dynamics about these independent members of parliament is pretty interesting, is it not? Because you look at Ohene Kwame Francois, he defeated Andy Apiakobi. You know a bit more about it. Tell me.
I mean, he's a businessman. I mean, he's the one who is behind the Salt Media Group. So that is the main business that we're engaged in, but he has other businesses as well. It's very difficult to pin him down to any of the political parties. But what we know for a fact is that the comments and suggestions have been made that, look, because of Andy Apiakobi's spirited attacks on the government and also the finance minister, remember the issues surrounding the Ken Masco and all of that. Yeah. It was believed that the Government Patriotic Party basically supported him to get Andy Apiakobi out after they couldn't do so in the party. So it is believed generally that, well, he may lean towards the MPP side, but we do not know any action is taken publicly such that you can connect him directly, or unless you know somebody.
Well, he has stated in a public interview that he is going to caucus with the NDC. And I found that really interesting, because for him to be one of from the MPP strong in an MPP stronghold as a Techiman North, you must have connections with the MPP to win this seat. He says that he's going to do business with the NDC. If it's because of the interest of his constituents to bring development to his constituents, because it is widely known that the members of parliament who belong to the opposition struggle to get development to their constituencies because their government is not in power. They have to lobby 3, 4, 5 times harder to get development to their areas than the members of parliament whose government is in power. So you can understand why.
The second challenge, which you made an analysis earlier, was also about the fact that a lot of the independent members who enter parliament that way, if they do not align properly with the party, they tend to exit.
Absolutely.
And so he also ought to think about that as well. Which party is going to caucus with and which party will join him eventually if he decides to contest the next election, because that seat ordinarily is an MPP stronghold. So it's a seat that the MPP will want to reclaim. We can distinguish that seat from a place like, say, Afram Plains North. True. This is an individual who has been suspended from the opposition NDC. So, I mean, he's been suspended. He had disagreements with the party. He was accused of conducting himself in a manner that is what the party say anti-party behavior. It's one of those things that they can easily catch you under if they decide that you are doing things that they simply do not like.
And so that was suspended for the same reason.
So that got him out over there.
Interesting. But you see, that's where the numbers in conversation comes into mind, is it not? Because if we're talking about the NDC already having 183 of the seats going into the 9th parliament, and they need just one more to make up 184 to give them the supermajority to be able to do business and to form a quorum and do everything with or without the NPP's support. And we're going to get into that. If the NDC already has 183, and there are 2 out of the 4 independent MPs who have their roots with the NDC, although one of them, that is Billy Wallace, was suspended from the party. It clearly does not appear that he has cut ties with the party. It's indicated that he still is a member of the NDC. So all things being equal, if he or Nandaya Yao Stanley of the Woolensey constituency,
he has also stated publicly that he has not left the NDC. He says he still remains a member, and he simply decided to contest as an independent candidate because of the call by the grassroots. So that should also not be a problem.
In fact, the reason why he went independent was that he accused the party of cheating during the primaries, of stealing and working against him in favor of the incumbent who went into this election. But it appears that those two really proved their mettle and they won. So all things being equal, if the two from the NDC's fold decide to do business with the NDC has 185 up their sleeves going into this 9th parliament, and they would have had that number to do business, from quorum, and do what they have to do to get the business going in this 9th parliament. Eric Maiwana is connecting with us again from parliament. He's talking to Nelson Watson, the former member of parliament for the South Dike constituency. He's also the lawyer for Eddie Bright, who is the NDC candidate for the Tema Central constituency, and brought in all of this legal battle with the Electoral Commission. Take a look.
As well, I believe congratulations are in order for you on your side. We saw you seated at the right-hand side of the speaker, which will constitute the majority when this 9th parliament comes into full force.
Yes, certainly the view is different. For the first time in 8 years or 9 years, I have the opportunity to serve in parliament from the right-hand side of the speaker. It comes with an enormous responsibility. You'll be leading government business and championing policies that will kneel to the generality of the people. So we don't take our mandate lightly. We want to assure the Ghanaians for the trust that they repose in us, that will deliver on our mandate. And certainly at the end of the 4-year term, our mandate will be renewed.
There's a number of things that stick out. First off, your sheer numbers and this lingering concern of you becoming a rubber stamp. Another of the concern has come recently from President-elect John Mahama's admonition to your leadership that you nominate Speaker Bagbin, Speaker for the 9th Parliament. Some say that that is indicative of the fact that you will not be able to stand your ground as a legislature and keep this government in check. How do you respond to that?
That criticism is absolutely unfounded. The persons have assumed that because President Mahama is president-elect, he is president. He is not. But he remains the leader of the NDC party in opposition. We are yet to come to government. So his mandate as leader of the party is to take decisions. And the letter that he wrote, he says, I mandate NEC in consultation with NEC, with the leadership of the caucus in parliament and all the stakeholders, I mandate the party to renominate Speaker Gbagbe for the speakership. That is not to give an order, as it were, to the party to follow. Because if you view this from the prism of being the leader of the party, then that directive is in place. Then two, the criticism from, say, Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh is about substance over form. His criticism is not about the fact that President Mahama has the power to nominate. His criticism is about the form that the communication came, and it's neither here nor there. But pursuant to the NDC constitution, President Mahama has the power as the leader of the party to make decisions. And so today, are we saying that as leader of the party, he cannot make decisions as the leader of the party? He understands he can make that decisions. So it is absolutely unfounded for anybody to suggest that this this innocuous decision by him to, as it were, give directive in terms of the framework for how things to be done regarding the renomination of Speaker Gbagbe amounts to a dictatorship. He's not a dictator. He's never dictated to the party. And he used the word in consultation. And so it tells you that some consensus has been built regarding the candidature, the eminent candidature of Speaker Gbagbe for purposes of election in a matter of about 2 hours.
Outside of that letter, though, there's still that concern as to how well you can keep your own government in check with the share numbers that you have and not being a rubber stamp. How would you also respond to that?
We have demonstrated as a party that we are capable of checking ourselves, of pinching ourselves when we are going wrong. President Mahama, when he served this country as his president from January 2013 to January 2021, when he left office, he was able to punish some of his appointees for incidents that today would have been glossed over by the current president. His own appointee was prosecuted and jailed. His own appointee was dismissed from office, the deputy minister, for expressing a mere intention, for expression of a mere intention. He dismissed it. So President Mahama's government is capable of checking itself. So the standards, if they want to apply the NPP standard to the NDC, who will be that we are aspiring to be gauged by a higher and lofty standard, and not the standard set by the NPP in government.
However, let's talk about the swearing in, which is expected to commence any moment from now. A number of constituencies are lingering on. Off the top of my head, we know there's an injunction on Akwitia, there's an injunction on Fanchia. The Electoral Commission has not been able to conclude. And then we know there's litigation in respect to the other constituencies which your party has taken to the Court of Appeal. What is your expectation today? Will all 275 outside of Ablekuma, which has not been concluded, be sworn in?
That is a matter that may engender some discussion, and the House will come to a decision. If the House decides that they be not sworn in, that will be fine. But if the House also decides that in the interim they should be sworn in pending the final determination of the matter, it's also a decision that the House will make. That is why we are a House. So I believe that whatever it is, things will be peaceful today. The various procedural processes that we'll have to go through constitutionally, and of course in pursuance of our standing orders, election of speaker, election of first deputy speaker, election of second deputy speaker, will all proceed peacefully. And I'm sure after that, We'll proceed tomorrow morning to the Blaster Square to have the president-elect properly sworn in and inaugurated. So thereafter, whatever remediables are available to aggrieved parties, they will be appropriately pursued.
For your side, what position are you going into this with? That they be sworn in and then the legalities can take effect afterwards?
You see, we have the power. Now we are exercising the executive power of state. So we will not litigate any matter that we think that it won't inure to political benefits. We have the numbers to do anything that we want to do. So if they arrive here, if the minority arrive here in a litigious mood, we won't meet them with litigation. We will abandon our position, allow them to have their way, and later we'll have our say. We'll have our say. Today they will have their way, and we'll proceed with the matters. At the appropriate time, we'll know what to do. So we are not in the fight. We are not in the mood to fight today at all. We are in a very, very happy mood. We wouldn't allow anybody to soil it. I open my comments by saying that the view is absolutely markedly different from before. The view from the left is different from the view from the right. The horizons are different.
Yeah, let's just talk briefly about what your sitting position is going to be like. The share 183 numbers suggest that you go well beyond this. Have you been able to get a sense of what it's going to look like when officially the clerks put these names tags on?
We are actually working on the sitting arrangements and the configuration. We'll spill over all the way to about the third column of the layout. So that's the first layout, that's the first column, the second column, the third column. The MPP will occupy the fourth column and have about 5 seats abutting the third column. Yes. So that comes to about 183 seats in all. But the independent members, if they decide to caucus with us, then of course, the MPP may have just about 4 seats from here, from the third column of the horseshoe shape arrangement of the house.
Important you mentioned the independent candidate. How many are you getting on your side, just briefly before I let you go?
The talks are proceeding, and I believe you saw the member for Ulensi is in green. He came to sit with us. He's our member. It was for one or two reasons that causes to go rogue. Today is back home and he's been welcomed. So I believe that the other two or three will eventually also caucus with us. So we are good to go.
Honorable, thank you very much and congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Once more, let me use the opportunity to say Happy New Year to my constituents. They are watching Peki Bali Kwebe Tongo. The Gam Kojo Day, the 12th, Togba Kudompe, the 4th, that's Kwebe Paramount Chief, Mama Tomelo, the Paramount Commander of Tongo Traditional Area, and Togbe Atiklaja, the 8th, the Paramount Chief of Parliament Traditional Area, and all my beloved constituents in South Nine, my family in Tongo Chanakwe. Good evening, and I'll soon be home. The fight, we are nearly out of the woods, and I'm sure when I return home, we'll make merry.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And again, enjoy the view.
I will.
That's the Honorable Roxy Nelson speaking to us as well. And so that's what it looks like. A lot more members of Parliament have made their way onto the floor. I see the Clotte Kwale MP as well, Dr. Zaneto Rollins. I see the other Deputy Whip as well, having joined her colleagues.
Wow. So that's Eric Mawanagweta there, giving us a clear view of the 8th Parliament's dying minutes. And pending the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, a lot of things from Nelson was in the fair report there. But then again, take a look at this. We're going straight to the magic wall right now. And Joseph, what's going to happen is that we would have a lot more of the NDC MPs now occupying even the left side of the speaker, which is supposed to be the minority side, because they are more. Because as it stands now, the demarcation in Parliament, the chamber is 137 in there. But with the 182 as we have it now and counting for the NDC, they will occupy all of the right side of the speaker's hand, and then also a bit of the seats of the speaker's left side, that is for the minority.
And I mean, there's an important point he makes in that interview with Marina, which puts us at ease to an extent, because he makes the point that they're in a good mood, they are not in a mood to fight. True. And the question we all ask is that, why should you fight? Two magic numbers here, 92 and 130. 92 is the quorum in Parliament, 130 are 4 members of Parliament. For a normal quorum, this is using the 276 that we currently have as the base. Yeah. Then in terms of matters determined by vote of majority of members present and voting with at least have 4 members of Parliament present, you need 138. We know that the MPP had a problem because they were just 137 plus the independent candidates. And you know instances where the Speaker of Parliament was not present, and that meant that the deputy had to sit in the chamber, in the chair. You saw what happened with the approval of the budget and all of that, and it went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court eventually saying that, look, when the deputy speaker presides, you can also keep his original vote because he's a member of Parliament. So all of those matters will not play out this time around, and that is how come many people are expecting that, look, whatever takes place in Parliament, both sides should be able to simply agree on a common path. We should let them be sworn in, or we should not let them be sworn in, and just move on for that particular process to come to a conclusion for the agenda to take place. Then the swearing will take place at the independence.
The numbers have always been important. I recall when the E-levy was being approved, it was just one vote difference between the two sides.
And a member of Parliament actually brought in
absolutely.
They didn't get to
get voted and voted. And also, you know what happened. Yeah. And then particularly, in fact, this 8th Parliament, as I indicated earlier, is dying out with a number of unanswered questions, which I'm sure, Bella, you're going to be engaging your guests on, because we still don't know whether that lady we saw in the video is Ajosafo or not. We still don't know who ordered the invasion of the Parliament around the same time 4 years ago when the speaker was being elected. We still don't know who gave that order. We still don't know who that businessman is who tried to bribe the MPP MPs who stood up for their constituents. For Ghanaians largely to have the president start kind of reacting. We still don't know who this businessman is. We still don't know who really is the custodian of some 52.8 billion cedis that was moved from some GCB bank account into an unknown account. We still don't know. Parliament was petitioned. We still don't know the outcome of this probe. The leak tape, IGP leak tape saga. We still don't know. So this 8th Parliament, we don't know what's going to happen with these questions that are left unanswered as yet. But we'll see whether the 9th Parliament could be petitioned so that the Ghanaian people will have answers to these main issues, which are of importance to us all. Yeah.
Very interesting questions you raised there. As to whether we'll ever get answers, I cannot say necessarily. But yes, definitely something that Ghanaians need closure on. We need to know exactly what happened, even though it's quite clear. I mean, in the case of whether it was really Honorable Ajosafo in Parliament that night or not, I don't think that you need anyone to tell you that that photo of that woman was actually here. I mean, they've tried to make us believe it was actually here, but I mean, yeah, you don't have to look at the photo twice for anyone to tell you. But again, at the same time, yes, we do need answers. We hope that we'll get it before the close of Parliament or before the dissolution of Parliament. As to who will give those answers is the question.
True. And
I don't think anybody's willing to speak on it at this point. But let's see how it goes. I see Raz is beckoning me. I don't know if he wants to tell us but you weren't in Parliament that night. So you cannot say for a fact.
I can say without certainty. I know Ajua very well. It wasn't her, and it's one of the most unfortunate things that was allowed to happen. You know, that a complete stranger who is not an elected member of Parliament could be paraded in the hallowed grounds of Parliament as a sitting member of Parliament. And people who are MPs know that it wasn't Ajosafo, and to have allowed this to
Okay.
happened was, quite unfortunate. But in respect of answers,
Hold on to that. Because let me just introduce my new guests as well, as they've just joined us. Of course, we have Dr. Susan Ndua Mankwa, as the member of Movement for Change, and she's
Movement for Change. I never was.
Hey, sorry.
I was a member of the Alliance.
Alliance.
Yes.
Okay.
Alliance for Change.
Okay, Alliance for Change.
So we had the National Interest Movement that went into an alliance with the.
Okay, so you're not a member of Movement for Change. All right.
No.
Thank you for that movement of change. Former CBB member as well. Or that one too. Are you a former or you're
I'm a
still?
former CBB.
Okay, part of you doesn't belong to the CBB anymore. Maybe your heart, the part of your heart.
No, I'm always.
Yeah, always a CBB member. Good to have you. I hope you're well.
I am very well.
All right. Wonder Victor Kuto is here as well. In fact, at this point, I'll just let him tell us because we're hearing indications that, you could pick deputy something. Attorney General, which is which?
Attorney General.
Or special advisor to the president, number 2. Which one? Good to have you in the studio. I hope you're well. All right. Let me just of course, lawyer Kamjanto is still here with us. He is a full member of the CPP. He's not moving anytime soon. Yeah.
Genetically CPP.
Okay. But
I was born into it.
okay, are you emotionally attached to another
No.
movement?
No.
Okay, all right. And of course, Honorable Ras Mubarak is here. He's a former MP for Kumbungu constituency. You are just going to speak on the issue of questions that need to be answered.
in respect of questions, once the life of a parliament comes to an end, all the unresolved issues, die a natural death. So it would have to take some form of a petition for some of those things, to be raised again in the 9th Parliament. But I think we have come to a point in our country's history where we should not let, some of these criminalities that, somebody who's not a member of Parliament get stressed up, as a member of Parliament. It's one of the most embarrassing things.
So you're saying NDC members in Parliament?
Well, I'm not saying NDC members. What I'm saying is that members of Parliament, members of Parliament.
So why has the NDC not come out to aid?
My point is that members of Parliament know clearly it wasn't.
But should the NDC not have come out to speak on this?
Individual members.
What do you think?
First of all, I was the one who petitioned against Ajay Safo's removal. Because I thought, violating the constitution was a serious thing. And if a member of Parliament was absenting herself from Parliament, then, we need to enforce the constitution.
Are you saying the speaker at the time also?
I don't know. I can't say the speaker, but if you look at where she was sitting, anyone who knows Ajay Safo would know that she wasn't the one. And I think that
So who was it?
some investigation will have to be conducted into that affair. This shouldn't be one of those things.
Why have you not petitioned? I mean, just like how you petitioned for her to be removed from Parliament, I would have thought that you'd also have gone ahead to petition for us to know exactly who that person was. And if it's
Anybody can infiltrate, but it tells you the extent to which, our friends from the other side of
the clerks were there, the sheriffs were there.
Everyone was there.
And I think
Everyone
there
was
has to
there.
be some investigation.
This will come up again.
No, but this is also an indictment on the NDC as well.
It's an indictment on Parliament as an
As a whole.
institution, because it's a colossal failure on the part of Parliament to have allowed,
If you were in Parliament, would you have come out to speak?
I probably wouldn't have put up with it.
Okay, you wouldn't have, even if you're whipped into line?
Well, I don't know about being whipped into line, but the thing is that we need to protect our democracy, and we need to be able to love our country more than we love our political parties. If we really and truly want this country to move forward.
But then
it was criminality.
Yeah.
I don't want myself to expose this wrong. You should be able to say it wasn't me.
Why would she want to do that? I mean,
Why would she want to do that?
No, but that goes against it.
It's honesty.
Okay.
Honesty. Transparency.
But that tells you
hold on.
which, okay.
Alain, hold on. We're told that there's some challenge with sitting arrangements in Parliament. And so let's go back and hear from Mawina on this, this development. Mawina, what's going on? Why is there a challenge with sitting arrangements?
So, the sitting arrangements, the difficulty
for the minorities, it seems to be sworn in minorities already started. Like we told you about, I want them not in that kind of way. Explain to us what it's going to be like. There are 4 roles eventually, or basically, in terms of parliament. 2 directly on the right-hand side of the speaker, and 2 on the left-hand side of the speaker as well. Because of the sheer numbers in terms of what we're seeing with respect to the size of the NDC in the current non-parliament seems to be swinging, they've taken almost 3 of the rooms. And so 2 on the right-hand side of the speaker as expected, and then 1 more on the left, almost taking over that particular seat, that for 5 seats, which will be going after that middle left row of the sitting arrangement in Parliament. And that's what it's looking like right now, and that's where you can find so the outgoing education minister, member of Parliament position, Chief, you see him with the chief response of the speaking to explain in detail how it is like that the sitting arrangement is going to be like from now. So what is that? We got up SPNP. So there's a spillover our right of the way. From where the place so
that spillover has gone to the extent of affecting them where they cannot even make a clear distinction of where the seat, either two in the eighth, it was quite clear where the majority was and where the minority
and we see
was.
Dr. Dominic Nitiwul as well, also standing, not clear really where he's going to be seated.
These are the initial stages, and so when you come, I'm tempted to believe that there will be some realignment later, because I mean, from look of things, they just have to make do with the seating, and then probably when they start orientation after a day after tomorrow, that is where you would get to have a clearer picture as to where they are going to be seated. But from look of things, and we saw the clerks at table came and they were doing the demarcations. The NDC MPs are going to sit directly in front of the MPP MPs, and that sounds a bit. It's like, and so they may just have to make do with it. But we were equally talking about the injunction or the stay of execution that has been served,
which was something I was coming to. We've seen these MPs in question. Patrick Yalboama is seated just behind his leadership, on his phone, close by is Andrew Esiama, who just went past him as well. And then we've seen Martin Ejemen Sakwasa, who in a brief tete-a-tete with says that he's ready for the swearing in to do his work.
Well, I asked him, if he was in high spirit. He said, of course, he's in high spirit to be sworn in. And so it means he's unperturbed at all. We've also seen Charles Forson, who is the Temple Central MP in Let's go to the court. And so Patrick Yalboama, okay, he is standing over there, so the cameraman can see him. He just sat closer to Abner Osei Asare, who is Etua West MP. Standing close to him is Suleiman, who is the Bole
Parliament.
Yes, as well. And so, well, these individuals have entered into the chamber. You will recall in 2021, the NPP leaders were looking for Judge Kwesi to serve, and so it was to the chamber. But the argument the NDC made at the time was that once he enters into the chamber, the privileges start then, and so you will not be able to directly serve him. I mean, the back and forth was hard. At the end of the day, Judge Kwesi was sworn in. It remains now for one, the clerk to call or to make the roll call. And if you make the roll call, which identifies them, then it means that they've gone through the process. Parliament agrees that they should go through and then be sworn in. And so the first stage or the power now resides in the bosom of the clerk. Because at the roll call, they will mention all their names, the 270, the clerk is supposed to mention all of them. We know about 3 that is already outstanding. We haven't seen the Fantiakwa and yes. And so he will now have the final say. If he cannot have the power to swear them in, but to the extent that they are already seated in the chamber, means that they are defined.
Not to cut you, we're just seeing Bernard Ahiafo also make his way in now, clad in dress in white, really. He is expected to be the first deputy speaker, which the word on the street is. We've seen Dr. Gideon Bwako as well come through. He is aide to Dr. Baumia, all throughout the 8-year term. He won in his bid to become Member of Parliament as well. We've seen as well Samir Uku also present on the floor. He's seated comfortably and quite on the front row as well, with respect to the fact that he's a first-timer and possibly a backbencher with respect to how things work in Parliament.
Yeah. I mean, ordinarily, first-timers are backbenchers automatically, but depending on, probably the arrangement that they have for you. For instance, this is Ahmed. Ahmed is the Bawe MP elect. Yes, and we know he is a deputy whip, so for him, he will sit right in front. The expectation is that the first timers, most especially, irrespective of whatsoever your age is and all that, they are normally the backbenchers. But it also depends on the role they intend to give you to play.
And we've seen a shifting with respect to the arrival of Dr. Dominic Nitu, Kojo Ponkruma, Dr. Ayue Free as well. We had some MPs who were seated there earlier had to move to make way for them because they are a lot more seniors with respect to parliamentary rudiment and business, which has been done. But you're so live here on your election command center. We're live in Parliament for you, where a lot more of the MPs continue to make their way into this place. I've seen Colin Stauder as well. We've seen Haruna Idrisu. And so you realize there's a lot of shifting in terms of who's supposed to change. And so you see right now, the Member of Parliament for Chisu? No, not that's right, Chisu. Well, you see a lot more of the old guards, the seats being ready for them. I think
because they were in the first night, a lot of these things would happen, and this is quite normal. It will happen, but I mean, after today there'll be realignment, and people will get to know what exactly they see. Because as we even speak now, no calibration has been done for the seats as of yet, and so between now till by the deputy whips together with the table office who will do the calibration and then really allotting seats to them. So these ones are not really much of a problem, though. At least what's important is that they should get seated, they are sworn in. It doesn't matter what it is, but the convention is that when it comes to seniors, the seniors are actually ahead of those who are the first. And so I do not expect the first timer, for instance, to be ahead of Dominic Nitu. No, it doesn't work that way. There's definitely a way out to which they could try and sort out where he will sit. And they equally need to sit at a place where one will be strategic in terms of catching the speaker's eye.
Absolutely, because that's why you'll be seeking to advance a lot of the arguments, and then for your constituents to be able to see you on TV on the floor, send their course on the floor of the House, a minister to be hauled before to answer questions with respect to certain issues in your constituency. You must be able to catch the eye of the speaker, and so there's a lot that has to be done with respect to where you sit. We see Jerry going to drag a seat, trying to be in front and center in terms of the leadership of the NPP in this parliament, and then a lot more of what is expected to happen. But you see as well, a number of the clerks as well trying to go about to ensure that the floor is leading and the other things with respect to what will happen any moment from now. But from here on in, as we've seen the MPs trickle in, then we can begin to anticipate the arrival of the clerks.
7 after 11, it's almost, mid would clock soon, and the house would be put right in order. In the shot over there is Jackie Quentin, who is walking towards the middle, walking there. One MP we know is really gone through a lot of
particularly in that
absolutely, but he had a smooth sail, at the just and the polls. I know that he's also trying to look out for I don't know if he's going to go to the backbench again in the end.
Well, like you said, there's a lot of arrangement that has to be done. Initially, we all thought that the clerks were going to have been able to detail name tags and the likes. It doesn't look like that has happened today.
No.
And so there will be a lot of consultation and then agreement in terms of work with the whips as to arrangement as well. And then we'll just seeing Kwekuri Kitagan as well coming through, trying to find out exactly where he's supposed to be seated with respect to this new arrangement and this new parliament and what really it looks like as well. But a lot of photo ops as well on the floor of the House with respect to the members of parliament who have made their way here and are present. And then the expectation
we can clearly say that this is my first day in school.
More of my first day.
That's just on a lighter note. But yes, of course, when you go to school for the very first time, you find yourself, loitering about a bit, found wanting and all that. But just a day or two after, you find your feet and then you're cool to go. But yes, of course, you can see a good number of them having active conversations. This is the house of democracy. The fight have gone, and one thing that we need to make quite clear is that on the floor, they are friends, especially even if you see them at the committee or probably even the coffee shop, they are friends, and so they know each other. And whatever you see them argue out with, they don't necessarily make enemies or enmity among themselves. Right, is that these people are going to be sworn in today. They'll represent their constituencies, the numbers that they have from both sides. Yes, the NDC has absolute numbers, but what Ghanaians are expecting is they want to see better representation of them and, some sort of improvement in their lives. And if this is where it's going to start from in terms of legislation, then it's a welcoming news. It's also an honor. A lot of the work has to be done, especially when you go to the committee and all that. And so we can only wait and see how things should be. For now, between now to the weekend and even sometime next week or so thereabout, it's going to be a bit Herculean for the leaders, especially to get this arrangement, that committee formation and all that. Committee formations can take virtually forever. But at the end of the day, they still will have to do it. And committees must work. And once they start, it's about hitting the ground that most people do want of these MPs.
And congratulations with a bit more in terms of the details and the innings with respect to what is going to happen after this. We've seen the chair of that oral committee, who's received some bit of flack from Alexander Pendemarkin with respect to the work that they will be doing as well. Someone will put it to a black one, make his way into the floor of the House as well. And like Komla, trees being exchanged between these MPs as well. We see a lot of new faces being all present and part of everything that's happening here at this particular point in time, even as a lot more of these first-timers make their way onto the floor of the House, seek to make acquaintances, seek to be able to make the eyes thaw proper with respect being on the floor. But Komla, it's interesting you mentioned the committee are clad in white apparel as compared to their colleagues on the other side. That's just an observation that rings loud, particularly from where we're standing and what we're able to see. But let's take it a bit more into the committee formation, because that we know, based on the new standing orders as well, it's not going to be an absolute that once the NDC has these numbers, they are going to take chairmanship of almost all the top work that's going to go into selection of chairmen and which committee is going to go to the minority and which is going to go to the majority as well. I've just seen Reverend Kwekwado, the man who kicked off Eslo Kufu from the Abilikuma West seat, going to the pleasantries with the leadership on the floor as well. He's just made his way through, is going next to the seniors in the House, Collins Dauda, Haruna Idris was a lot more of the freshers. But let's formation as well.
Well, I mean that's one of the issues raised by some MPs in the past or the 8th Parliament, that if they had known, they would have waited, a bit, to see how the 9th would be, so they do it. But before I mean, these things are supposed to and balances, for the legislature. They are not supposed to be rubber stamped. They are not supposed just to be there just because the government side or the NDC side holds majority, and so they will just really approve things in order. Parliament, has oversight responsibility. These oversight responsibility is what they have to give themselves, and it's the reason why the new standing orders takes into account these things. And so the NDC may have the numbers, but what it means really also is that, one, if the committees does give strength to the minority, finality to issues does not come to the committee. At the end of the day, the committee comes to present their report and the House will take a decision. And if the House takes the decision, depending on your numbers, you have it. And so it is not as though they may lose out on it yet.
But Komla was seeing the chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asiedun Ketia, present in Parliament today as well, along with another senior of the party.
Okay, so that's Kofi Aton, who is a former member of Parliament for the whole Central Constituency, and also the Chief of Staff at the Speaker's office. He is, Johnson Asiedun Ketia is a member of the Parliamentary Sept Board. Entering into this, it appears, well, there's no communication as of yet, but
whether or not he is maintained on the board of the
that position, because I know of that special relationship that exists between him and the speaker, and also I'm sure the party would want to go ahead with him as well. And so we are seeing that the class are beginning to also coming right. Yeah, that's Camilo one there, and you're short. He is right in front of the speaker's desk together with a lady. They are all on the table office or the deputy. He's the deputy clerk, so he's the second in command to Ebenezer Ahuma Jetro. I mean, quite interesting the shot that we are seeing. This is how the legislature or the House of Democracy, as it's called, it really looks like. This is inauguration. You see all this in the photo of tonight is very, very important. Tomorrow as well, which is the swearing in of His Excellency the President-elect, and then these work will start. And so, well, tonight you can take all the pictures, take all the self. A representation of the people.
And John Dumelo, the Member of Parliament-elect for Ayawaso West Wargon, is just making his way along with Sam George, seeking to as well say hello to Chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asidu Ketia,
and right there in that conversation with Johnson Asidu Ketia is Millicent Amankwa. She is a lady that are seated in West or so. They're about quite young, but she was focused on the elections. Well, she has it now.
So that goes a lot into what has happened in terms of the 2024 elections and the tsunamis and whirlwinds that came along with the election results. But again, you're seeing the legislative chamber, John Dumelo now going to the paces, taking pleasantries as well. A lot more of these freshly minted members of parliament and from the people of the NDC in parliament as well. And then we'll see how it pans out. Reiterating the point about a lot of the work to be done.
Yeah, a lot of the work, but even before that, I mean, if you watch carefully, especially the new entrance, okay, you can look at Millicent. I'm sure where she's headed now is Haruna's seat. So the new entrance will walk and go to them, and these are the seniors. Hannah is seated close to Collins Dauda, and these are the seniors. Collins Dauda, once again, his constituency, he has contested every single election in this country where he didn't win. Yes, I mean everywhere. He's the senior most as we speak now, and so everybody wants to go and have a handshake with him, and the volume of experience he has and how the respect he comes.
All right, and those are some live pictures from Parliament as we get ready for the swearing in of the MP-elects, as well as, of course, the Speaker of Parliament. We're waiting to see how that goes, but any moment from now, proceedings in Parliament should begin for that vote, if really there's going to be a second name, for Speaker of Parliament, which most of us doubt. But the process will start. But my guests are here. Let's just go into it because, again, even though there has been, some uncertainty with regards to whether some 3 MPs who have been elected can be sworn in tonight, we're not sure if that's going to happen based on an application, legal application for state of execution by the NDC has been served to Parliament. We've seen about 2 of those MP-elects on the floor of Parliament. So you saw Honorable Patrick Yabuama. He's the MP-elect for Okankwi Central. He's actually seated, they're also exchanging pleasantries with some members on the floor. And he's not the only one as well. I mean, Tema Central Charles Forson was also spotted earlier on the floor of Parliament. The third will be Tishman South. We've not seen the MP elect for Tishman South on the floor of Parliament yet. But the latest development is that Parliament has been served with a legal application for a stay of execution by the NDC. And that might prevent the swearing in of the MPs elect for these three areas. And so really, is it going to prevent them from being sworn in tonight? Let me just quickly go to Wanda Victor to give us some legal perspective on this, so we can have a better understanding of that. What's likely to happen?
Basically, if you have to follow the Republic versus the Bank of Ghana, as happened before, where the Supreme Court was clear that if the court decides the extradition to get the party, nothing should be done. You set the judicial power based on the judiciary. If you have to go with this key legal principle, then nothing should be done tonight.
For those three?
Yes.
Okay.
The army is clear, and there have been several case law across other jurisprudence. You understand? So I will not be surprised. But is it that but NDC will take a strategic position to act. If it turns out that the NDC want to distort the views of the country with their small micro minority,
why would they want to do that?
And you know what? As of tonight, our head of state have already arrived. We are expected about 21 head of state. That's also something that we discussed in how historic this event is.
Okay.
So we will not allow them to kind of disturb all of us.
That's what I'm asking. Why do you think that would want to disturb
But if the speaker refuses to swear
them in?
yes, and they will start making noise and all of that, then it's not be strategic. You see that the coalition and the real coalition, the supported real coalition, then it's at the national level to key decision, not to storm them. Because when you do that, then it will give grounds to the outgoing government to have declared state of emergency. And finally, we will not be discussing innovation. And we knew they have big intelligence from the barracks and all of that, but they forgot that we won in all barracks in this country. They forgot that we won in all barracks in this country. So all that they wanted to do didn't see the light of the day. But the point is, we have to go by the legal principle. And then the before that I mentioned, from the Supreme Court.
Okay.
So tonight, if we have to go by the legal principles and not politics, nothing should be done. But at the end of the day, why the rush? We're in this country 4 years, sir, and no representation in parliament. Why the rush? These are matters that are in contention.
But is it a rush? I mean, the declaration has been made.
Which, for example, Thomas Central, if the declaration was made in favor of the NDC. So declaration, how are you talking about?
No, that's what I mean. So if you say, what's the rush? What I'm saying is that, but these declarations have been made.
But that will not make it wrong. That is the re-declaration as well. That's why I mentioned why the rush. Look, they made the first declaration. It's also been a re-declaration. So these are actually in contention.
Okay.
So my humble opinion, which are making false claims, is that this was for just a few weeks. In any case, that's why I mentioned the South. Well, in this country, it wasn't even a court process, just a letter by the EC. The entire South for this infrastructure. They had no representation in Parliament for 4 years. So they should wait. They should wait by virtue of the court process that have duly and lawfully been served in Parliament as an institution.
Well, we're told that, the leadership within Parliament is reviewing this legal document, and of course, they are consulting relevant stakeholders so they know the appropriate action to take. And so, hopefully, by the time the Speaker is sworn in and now has to go ahead and swear in, the MP elects will know what decision would be made at that point. But Dr. Susan, let me come to you on this one as well, because again, I mean, it's still quite shocking, maybe, to say that elections were held on December 7th. Even up until now, we still do not have the results for all. Even at Lekuma North, as it stands now, they will not be able to swear in anyone because they still not be able to collate all the polling stations for us to know who's winning. And now we're hearing that there are 3 other constituencies that may not have their MP elects sworn in.
But why are you shocked? I mean,
What I mean, maybe shock is not the right word, more disappointed, because again, if we talk about our democracy growing, and we're looking at 2024 where we still cannot even collate results in all constituencies, that is problematic.
Yes. So I'm, like I said, maybe not shocked, but disappointed that we should have grown to the point where this should not happen.
Yeah.
But I think that it's then it just goes to show that we're still learning and we still have issues. Sometimes because the general elections go so well, we think we have it down to a fine art, but we don't. And we see that especially with the district assembly elections. Sometimes the district assembly elections can be so badly run, but we seem to do better with the general elections, and we think that all is well. But I think that we still have certain problems, and things definitely can be done better so that we don't have these situations. I'm not a lawyer, so when the lawyers say that it's cut out and it's when you're looking at the law and you're looking at the law, it's what do you call it? It's cut out there. It's either black or white, and that they cannot go ahead swaying the three. But of course, we're also in the political situation, and so because hearing Honorable speak, you can see that he's not talking as a lawyer, he's talking more as a politician, and because if the law is there, he shouldn't be speaking the way that he is speaking. So it may be that, yes, the NDC have taken a certain stand. And the thing is that when you have a majority like that, it is easy to be relaxed and, and not fight over small pieces of meat. You get it and say, look, I can afford to sit down and be relaxed and not get and so that is the comfort of having a overwhelming majority, and knowing that nothing's going to change that. In the situation where the numbers were 137, 137, the people get there's a lot of contention, and it brings about that kind of friction. But where you have the big dog and some small poodle and terror is going, you're like, oh, there shouldn't be a problem.
Then ideally, they shouldn't have even gone ahead with the state of execution.
No, they're not going to let it go. And for principle's sake, they should not let it go. And I think that, and if the people really go to vote for them, they should fight for it. Okay. That I'm not. There's no qualms about that.
Yeah.
They should not let it go. They should fight for it. And if people have made a choice for them, they should make sure that choice is established. But I'm talking in terms of what is going to happen tonight. There isn't the need to get into the that place where we are going to have all sorts of tensions going on. You can have a nice and relaxed.
Well, we hope that nothing happens, especially when we get to that point where the speaker announces what the decision of Parliament will be with regards to whether they're going to swear them in or would rather not, so they don't go in contempt of.
Well, I mean, if anybody is going to make any noise or whatever, I would not expect the NDC to do it. I would expect the NDC to be the ones to,
let's see.
So let's see.
An injunction is an injunction. Once an injunction has been invoked, it ought to be respected by everyone. It is now laws, and certainly Parliament would adhere to that principle of a court order restricting, some MPs from getting sworn in. We are fortunate also to have in the yet to be sworn in speaker a man with considerable amount of experience. He's a legal luminary, having had private practice, for many years before going into politics and parliament. So he himself understands the position of the law, and also surrounded by a coterie, a team of people who can best give him, sound advice on the way forward. I think it would be politically suicidal if the MPP were to say that in spite of an injunction, they were to go ahead and have the likes of Patrick Obama in the chamber. Once that has been said on them, on Parliament, I don't think it's even appropriate for them to be in the chamber. Because you see,
but that's said on Parliament, not on
Parliament.
We don't know if Patrick Obama has been said.
It's an injunction set on Parliament, but I'm sure by now they would have gotten wind of.
Yeah, but if a person went and yet you've not said me, maybe we should understand that that's legal angle as well.
Okay, so but the point I'm making, kid, is that look, they find themselves in a place where they are boxed, they are outnumbered, and in spite of that, the MPP has been very magnanimous. We say we don't want to do this alone. We want to reach across the aisle, build consensus, move the country forward, and who knows, even get one of their own sworn in as the second deputy speaker of Parliament. Now, if they were to rabble-rouse, if they were to create confusion and mayhem, we could pull the rug under the feet and say, okay, if we were, this magnanimous and were even willing to cede the position of a deputy speaker to you, and you would still be, this belligerent and insist on having your members sworn in spite of a court injunction, I think the NBC will do the right thing. I hope, we will do the right thing and pull the rug under the feet. Knowing the MPP for what it is also, one could say that there could be anything. They don't know how to build consensus. They don't know how to put the national interest forward, or above their partisan interest. So that is what I am worried about. That if they were forward-looking, they would all relax. And I think they are very seasoned members of their benches who should be advising that, look, this is inappropriate. If we claim we are law-abiding, then we certainly must adhere to what the court is saying until a final determination is made on these cases.
Well, Lajata, where do you stand on this? Because you look at even the demeanor of Honorable Patrick Obama, and he's his usual self, very calm, still exchanging pleasantries, etc. I mean, looking at the legal angle, should he be on the floor of Parliament, even if, and we cannot tell for sure if he's been said or not, but even if he's not been said, and Parliament has been said, should he be on the floor of Parliament?
Why is one madam very good on the House of Parliament and it's being said on Parliament? So what is he doing there?
So he shouldn't be there.
I'm telling you that law is law.
Okay.
It's not somebody's family home that they are all sitting there having fun. This is the legislature of Ghana. Laws are laws. You start breaking this, anybody feels they can break the law, it should be enforced there. Simple. There's been an injunction. It's been said of Parliament. If you're part of that, walk out. You shouldn't be there. You take things for granted. So it's only when it's 137, 137, or it's 137, 136, or it's 136, 137 that you fight it. This is wrong. You shouldn't be there. Anybody who is part and parcel of that injunction to walk out. Simple.
Who should ensure? I mean, beyond him walking out on his own, who should also ensure that then he should not have been allowed into the chamber?
So the marshal would walk the clock,
And the marshal to walk them out. You shouldn't even wait for the speaker to come and say anything there. Who is responsible for the security in Parliament? The marshal. And if at the time they brought the injunction, they were in there, the marshal should go up to them with a clock. Please, this injunction, you are named in it, your constituency named in it, you have no business being here, you have no business being here, walk out. That's why I'm surprised with the Ajos Apple one. That you're trying to tell us that the marshals knew that it wasn't Ajos Apple. The clerk knew, the speaker knew, the opposition knew, and they still sat there, and then they're all complicit. They're all complicit. This is a house of laws. We should follow laws. And one of the challenges we have in Ghana is that we don't enforce laws. We can't enforce laws. Why? And this is a typical example. On a day like this, And we know the end is in some constituencies to the High Court, according to the Constitution, and they are just sitting there, okay,
I see.
let's clap our hands and say that's okay. And then next time, when we want to enforce the law, they'll refer us. But didn't this happen? Did you say anything? It's law. You can't go against courts.
I see. Okay. Then let's see how it
So
goes.
I don't really buy it. The fact that they hold all together, in times of where the law is concerned, they should make sure it's executed to the letter T.
Well, proceedings haven't started yet, so let's wait. Yes, it could be.
How this play out.
Exactly.
And if the MPP try to cause problems there, it will be very unfortunate because they know the law. If the minority leader starts opening his mouth and talk in a certain way, that will be ultra virus to the law, then I'm sorry. Because he's a lawyer, he knows the truth. We shouldn't allow politics to infiltrate our laws.
Wonder, you're going to say something.
Yeah, on the issue of what it says, just for education.
Okay.
Members of parliament can actually be served through parliament.
Okay. Okay.
In fact,
You are there because of power.
if you want to serve, for example, a local pastor somewhere, want to serve the head pastor in Accra, is giving a service to that district pastor. There was this case, I won't mention the name of the church. The pastor was trying to swear the staff, he says he's voter. He just served the head pastor.
Okay.
And service was given like the service properly. And it's whatever happened in our community. Most of the staff is emanating from parliament. We are talking about electoral violence. So what happened 4 years ago? When Carlos slapped ballot people. Nothing has been done. Today, he had the courage. He had the courage to say that President Nana didn't appreciate him. We shouldn't get that now. He took ballot papers. So if you see electoral violence, and you are complaining, it's happening in parliament. Nothing has been done. In this country for 4 years. In parliament. Electoral violence work. Ballot papers. So if you see something happening in Bantama or Techiman South, and at Techiman South, there's a strategy. Every 4 years, there'll be problem at the coalition center. And if you're not careful, this will continue. So now, before you can win a seat in Techiman South, there will be problem. Why? Only this was 4 years ago, these people died.
It wasn't only in Teachman South.
I don't have any repetition.
Okay.
It's no fair. Back to back. 4 years ago, these people died in Techiman South.
No, it wasn't in Teachman South. That's because I think it's a mistake that we seem to make.
No, but the thing I'm saying is that there was a major controversy 4 years ago.
Yes.
In Techiman South.
It wasn't in Teachman South alone. There were other areas.
Yeah, but Techiman South was part of it.
Exactly, but it wasn't 6 Teachman. I just want us to correct that because we seem to get that wrong all the time. Yeah.
Happened again in the same Techiman South. This particular constituency, if you're not careful, for every 4 years, elections will be decided on the strength of strength and not by the balance. That's my worry. 4 years ago, major controversy in Techiman South. Admittedly, there were other constituencies. I agree.
Yeah.
But 4 years on, why hasn't there been any improvement in that constituency? Even if it was just one person that died in Techiman South.
It's still on good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what has happened. Even if it will happen anywhere, it shouldn't be Techiman South. But the same as Martin is going to benefit from another controversy. Nobody knows what will happen in 2028. I'm not from Techiman South, but if I'm from there, then I know that I have to prepare. Not just for the ballots. Anyway.
Okay.
In court, if they need to serve you and they come to your house and you know they can bring it on your word. Being that
Yeah.
being that yourself.
Well, I guess there was two, like we said.
And Farmer is a lawyer.
Well, so we're told that leadership in Parliament is also looking at the documents, trying to, confirm a few things. So I guess we'll have to wait.
It's a straightforward issue.
Well, we're told.
Who is leadership in Parliament?
Well, at the moment,
Yes, who is leadership?
we're actually, maybe you can help us with that information. At this point where,
No, so at this point, they don't have any
There's no leadership.
yes, we don't have any MP. What I'm talking about is the client will receive. And they'll have to look through the documents and of course get the confirmation that it's actually from the court, etc. So then they will have to inform Patrick that, we've been said
With the
to,
marshal.
okay, the marshals will have to do that.
It's not just Patrick that's there, Charles Watson is
Charles
also
Watson
there.
as well. And then Techiman South, the MP, Martin Kosa, hopefully that's going, yes, also has been
Are you trying to tell me they're going
injuncted.
to the law? No, they can't. At least people don't know that. Pure arrogance. Pure arrogance.
Well, just to put out that correction, so it was two people who died in Techiman South during the 2020 election. So I wanted to correct that. In total, 8 people across a number of constituencies, but only 2 died. Well, I shouldn't even say only 2 because I mean, even one person is bad enough. 2 people, yes, unfortunately lost their lives in Techiman South. But let's see what happens and moving forward, of course, how this is going to pan out. But again, coming to the issue of even Ablikmano and the fact that as it stands, even today, there was still no agreement with a way forward. So there are 7 constituencies left. We're told that, they can't seem to agree on the pink sheets and where it's coming from because they can't validate, etc. That's why they've not been able to go ahead with the population. And so nobody will be sworn in to represent their Big Mono constituency.
Well, the vote held, did they vote in those polling stations?
Yes, they did.
And the pink sheets were.
Well, one side says yes.
They were
It's
signed.
signed,
So, you see,
etc.
this is why I asked the question. CI 127 indicates that the pink sheet, one should be given to the candidate
Or their representatives.
or their representative. One should be pasted on the wall of the polling booth. Was it done? Was it done? If it was done, we won't have this problem. Was it done? What has the electoral commissioner done about those individuals in terms of the 7 officers? It was their responsibility. What has the electoral commission done about it? Nothing. So who's complicit? It's the electoral commission.
But see, these are the things that we do, and we take for granted certain procedures and things like that. And we write them up and we think that we can continue to go on. And that it's important. I mean, if we want to ensure that we have, how do I say, quality election, then in order to get a credible election, we definitely have to make sure that we go by the rules that are there. Because they are the things that will show us up when there's controversy. Then so every party has it. Because I understand that there's a difference in the pink sheet that each party has, and that is a problem. But if after giving it out there, please everything, these days that people have mobile phones, people are just taking pictures of it and then you have something to correct who has the correct sort of thing, because the one that is pasted up for public consumption would have been there. And so this we have this attitude towards things where we let things slide, instead of following rules to the letter, and then things slide. And we keep coming up with mediocre results of things, It has affected our national life in terms of all the things that we do. And we don't seem to learn the lesson. We have procedures in place, we have beautiful laws. If we are following the laws, we should not, have the things that we are. I mean, you walk the streets of Accra and cattle are roaming the street. And nobody's saying anything. You get to think, like, wow, are we supposed to have cattle roaming the street? I mean, I'll be surprised one day to see them on this Inauguration Road right in front of Jubilee House grazing on that green grass, and nobody will care.
I hope it doesn't happen.
No, but will it surprise you? But we take all these things for granted, and then we think, oh, put a human face to it, and and then people let it slide, and then it comes to important things like elections, where an officer is supposed to face it at the polling station for everybody to view, and they don't do it. And we end up in situations like this.
The whole electoral commission stop the constituency from having. How is that possible? Why is that possible? I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. If you feel there is a challenge, rerun the election for the whole 4 years, South didn't have any representative. I mean, how is that possible? And then we sit and fold our hands and laugh and clap. And the president sits and says nothing about it. When you go and say, oh, the president is busy. What is the president for? What did we vote him for? We voted him for us first before any other person. So the electoral commission, who you nominated them, the president to lead, if they're going authorized to their work, pull them in. Because no constituency in this country should not have a representative in parliament.
Yeah. So it underscores the also the incompetence of the electoral, commissioners. What we are witnessing today is a sad reflection of the leadership of the electoral commission. Because the recruitments are made at the local level for presiding officers, hours, etc. And if we are experiencing these challenges, with some presiding officers signing and saying they haven't signed, running away from responsibility, etc. It means the commission hasn't done, a good job at it. And it's unfortunate that it's almost the 7th of January, 2025. We still do not have the full complement of the parliamentary seats. As our council said earlier, no constituency should go unrepresented. If they don't get sworn in today, it is the constituencies they are coming from. I mean, the rightful candidates don't get sworn in. It's the constituencies they are coming from that would suffer. But of course, in an election, if there are litigations and issues, they ought to be looked at legal or within the legal framework. Once we have, made a point that we are adherents of the rule of law, then we have to allow the rule of law to prevail. And that is why, the NDC has gone a step further to say that, look, we disagree with the judgment of the court, and for which reason we want an injunction on these 3 or so constituencies until such time that there's clarity on who would have won those constituencies. So, again, there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm hoping that going forward, I don't know if the current electoral commissioner will make, the next election, given the levels of problems at the commission, especially so when, Madam Charlotte Osei had been accused of things far less than what, this commissioner has done. Probably after 7th of January, somebody might petition, the president to have a axe.
So that be you?
Well,
you seem to be waiting on what the politician said. So let's see, wonder.
I mean, in this draft feeling that what institutions are not working well, not that they disagree, but kind of government institutions. When Trump was re-elected, came out with this judgment, the Department of Government Efficiency, headed by the Parks.
Yeah.
So we have had foundation. When I saw the appointment, I was really happy. The senior political advisor on government affairs. It's a department, or it's going to place an advisory role, which is taking all the various government institutions to work in a very efficient manner.
The legal advisor?
No,
Which one?
no, Dr. Malaysia.
Oh, okay. Governmental affairs.
It's just like that of the US, the Dutch Department of Government Efficiency. I mean, the US and Ghana we share some similarities. Ghanaians have not paid attention to this key appointment by the president.
But this dodgy thing was mocked by a number of Americans.
You will see.
Because they didn't understand.
Define government affairs.
Yeah. So we can give it a broader meaning and narrow meaning, but for the purpose of this interaction, I'm just saying that the wastage in the system.
Okay.
If you look at the revenue that comes from, let's start for example, if you block the wastage,
But you need a special advisor on governmental affairs for that.
So that's what we are asking on government. Because it could be right so many things. It could be so many things.
Okay, one that you can give us a brief description of what governmental affairs means.
So governmental affairs basically, if you want to do with broader school, the various governmental
Anything covering the agencies
that's the presidency, the various institutions, agencies, and all of that. And we cannot take there's a lot of wastage in the system. So if one person that so put some efficiency. Look at Amanda was approved for the electoral commission. For example, they couldn't receive the result directly from the police station. They could not. So the MPK and the NDC had their results by 5 hours in real time. The DC after 24 hours. I was in this when she came in there and they said only about 10 regions.
I mean, I'm surprised. I'm more using what so redundant in this day and age. I don't know. The election commission. What?
All people are so stuck in the black and white. You will see that after January 2nd, you will see that even the modus operandi of civil servants will change. Those civil servants, those teachers who go to classroom and be taking lotto, things will change. That natural good way.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you will see.
Well, I mean, we would hope so. I mean, I would hope that the mental affairs also means that we will infuse some ethics in the things that we do. Yeah, I think we need to look at that. I mean, in terms of, what kind of ethics do we have as a people, as a government, and things like that, and how does it affect our national life? And that is important. And for my mind, I look at it and I say, naturally as human beings, we have the tendency to do the wrong thing. We don't naturally have to do that. I mean, I don't believe that's natural, but we have to be taught to do the right thing. Society has to shape us to do the right thing. I mean, people, countries, you also compare to countries like America. Americans teach patriotism. They don't assume that as soon as you're born, you are patriotic. They teach, they make the effort, they push it in your subconsciousness, and you grow up with it. There has to be the deliberate effort to teach patriotism, to have some ethics. I say, because when you ask Ghanaians, what kind of ethics we uphold, what kind of values do we uphold? So ethics are important, but if you don't have mindset change, ethics goes through the window. We've got to have a mindset change. No, but I mean, how would you do a mindset change if you don't have the ethics? Because you can't have a mindset change in a vacuum. You understand? You need to have that ethics. Laws are not necessarily ethics. You understand? They're not the same things. Yes, a law emanates from ethics, but ethics in terms of what is morally good, what is right, what how to live. It's not just about the law. Because you can have a law, and certain people do things within a law, but unethical. You understand? Look, we're talking about these hotels things, and people are talking about the hotels and things like that. And we're saying that within the law, they can do that. Even ethically, was it right? Do you understand? The whole ethics and the whole thing about it was just what so we cannot stick to laws alone. Okay. You get that as a people. Because you can have laws, and if your people are not morally upright, I mean, a lot of things will go wrong.
Susan is spot on. One more point on this. It doesn't have to be patriotism alone, but also national orientation. Our outlook, and I think this goes beyond classrooms. So just like charity, patriotism must begin from home. Imagine a parent driving recklessly with 2 kids in his car. The kids are going to grow up feeling that it is okay to do that. And I think, with the new administration outlook of where they want us to get to, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to roll out programs that deals with it. Okay. But we can deal with this not only in the classroom, but also through music, through arts and culture. That is what everybody else is doing. I mean, you go to the United States of America, they would brainwash you to think that America is the greatest country on earth and that there's no poverty. These are things we need to begin to do. Empower the artists, get the teachers to do their bits. Let us see them on our TV stations, on our radio stations, posters, get everybody involved in the process of I'm saying empower them or encourage them.
Encourage them.
Yes. presidential advisor on government affairs.
Okay.
So meaning will be given to these provisions. Article 284 talks about the ethics that Susan is talking about, code of conduct for public officers. So in fact, the ethics that we are talking about has some constitutional footing under the Fourth Republic. And at this is there should be a written, the submission of a written declaration of assets, not just assets, and liabilities, appointees. And the question is, under the Fourth Republic, I can tell you that most appointees don't submit, they don't declare their assets. So if you have an advisor to the president on governmental affairs, you ensure that all appointees declare their assets, not just assets, and their liabilities that you do. But by the time they
2 seconds, just to
right,
afterwards. I
right.
mean, salaries,
Yes.
rightfully cut
Yes.
for the job. A lawyer, she's tough talking, disciplined,
Former deputy chief of staff.
former deputy chief of staff. And I think if there's anybody who could have been chosen to do this job, the second
one.
You know,
Well, when it comes to the issue of declaration of assets, it gets disappointing at a point because when the assets are declared and given to the Auditor General, the only time that it's made public is when there's an issue concerning, your properties that you have acquired. And so there's a need to now come out and look at it. So that's another aspect of the law that we need to also review. It's a very major problem. But for the sake of time, let's just quickly go into a final conversation. In fact, not a conversation necessarily, but we have some updates on Kwame A+. He's been speaking all day today, from accusing the NPP of trying to convince him to caucus with them, and the fact that he says that, his heart is with the NDC, and he's still deciding which side to caucus with. We're not sure what decision he has made at the moment. We've only just seen a photo, and we want to just put it out for you to see, and maybe, hopefully, A+ will come out when he's ready to determine whether he's going to focus with the NPP or the NDC. And so that's a picture of him with Honorable Kesel Atufos in the incoming majority leader. And so this must have been taken just a few minutes ago, we believe. And we don't know if that indicates that A+ will be doing business with the NDC in Parliament. Initially, he had also come out to say or allege that Honorable Kennedy Ejapon had approached him to do business with the side of the NPP. Now, the General Secretary for the NPP came out with a statement and said they had not met with A+ or authorized anyone to engage him to make that decision. Then he comes out and says it was just a trap that he set for the NPP. And there's a lot of back and forth. I've seen some grassroots within the NDC on social media who are now saying they're not sure if the NDC should caucus with A+ because they don't know if they can trust him. It's back and forth, but really it's up to him to decide which side he's going to work with. And so at the right time, I guess you come out and confirm. But let me just find out from Ras. Very quickly, we have to go because our time is up. Should the NDC agree to do business with A+ if he so decides?
We have the numbers already, and so if he still decides to join us, it's only an addition.
Okay.
If he joins the NPP, it will still be insignificant anyway. But I think he ought to put the best interest of his constituents forward. Where should he place himself or situate himself in Parliament that brings out the best for the people in his constituency? Because don't forget, after today actually, people will call
tomorrow. We still have 1 minute.
We still have
1 minute
a minute to go.
Yes.
People will call him to attend funerals to solve all manner of issues in the constituency, and that has to be addressed. I mean, you want to be sure that you're in the good books of government, so that projects within your constituency can get done. So I'm hopeful that he would make. No, I'm just saying no. You see, no.
We have a new era.
We have 200.
It is not a
Council, if I may, we have 276 constituencies. You can imagine the pressure on resources. Every constituency wants something. So it behoves on representatives to lobby for rules. Absolutely.
Okay.
But the balance,
We have to wrap up.
no, the
So
balance
let
should be
everyone
there.
have a say and then.
But if you're going to if you're going to be an armchair legislator, I can bet that you won't have anything.
Well, it's 12 a.m. exactly. My phone already says it's Tuesday, the 7th of January, 2024. So that means that the 8th Parliament constitutionally is dissolved. And so we'll be looking forward to the swearing in of the MP-elect and the Speaker of Parliament and his deputies as we get into the ninth Parliament. And then in a couple of hours, we'll also see the swearing in of the President-elect to become President. And so just wanted to give you that update. For those of you who are not sleeping tonight, you shouldn't sleep. You should stay with us because we're running all through until he's sworn in a few hours after that. But Susan, final words.
Well, I wanted to say that the president, apart from, he needs to get, be like the Roman emperors, not have a 7 points poster in his head. They're nothing but a man. Okay? Because there will be the people who will be praising him all the time. And we end up making our leaders like demigods and whatever. And they lose touch with the people. He needs to have that person whispering and saying, you're nothing but a man. You know, and they did it. I mean, Marcus Aurelius, he believed in that Stoic philosophy where, you know, even though they have won and they have conquered many things, and the soldiers would march in the streets and things like that, they would have these servants and whispering chariot drivers whispering in their ears that all the things that you've done, you're still nothing but a man.
Okay.
You understand? He needs to have that kind of counsel.
All right.
We don't want the kind of arrogance we saw in the last 8 years. We definitely will not take for it in this country anymore. We will not.
All right.
So they the NDC need to have people whispering in their ears that you are nothing but men.
Okay.
And that you know all the things that you talk about.
All right.
You know, we will kick you out if you
Let's wrap all this up in a minute. So what are your final thoughts and I'll come to that.
Community issues. One is to congratulate all women in this country. We are going to have the first female vice president of the republic. And I salute the Ghanaian women. And I'm so happy. I have some big joy in me that a woman will be at the presidency, not just chief of staff or just any worker, but as vice president of the republic. I'm really happy about that. And secondly, I must say that it's an appeal to all that can file in the party. As a national office, I'm appealing to all party members and those appointees that have started coming up in future, those who will get appointed, that we should serve, we must serve in humility.
All right.
And also make sure that the essence of government is about development.
All right.
Power should not be used to lord over others. The NDC government must serve in humility.
All right.
That's a plea.
Let me give equal time, just about 30 seconds.
There's only one thing I would say
Okay.
about that thing. The president should make sure he tells us exactly the job of the vice president.
Okay.
We don't want a situation for somebody to come and tell us, I was driver's late. Everybody knows exactly what her responsibilities are. And we should let us know whether the buck stops with him or they work together.
All right.
Because the vice president is the only person who does not need an appointment to see the president. 8 years, 4 years down the line, you don't want her to come and say, I'm not a driver's mate. You need more days.
All right. Well, lawyer Kwame Jantua, unfortunately, I'm giving you a last day. Oh, I did. Right before Susan, yes.
Okay.
I gave
Then
you
let me just say that the spotlight is going to be on Ghana.
Okay.
Globally, let's conduct ourselves properly and make ourselves
All right.
proud.
Gaiji, good evening to you. There's no time. There's no time, so I was just going to wrap up with you. There's no time, so I cannot read your message, but thank you for joining us. And to all of you, well, we're not done. We're just crossing over from 12 a.m. To the midnight team, so they can also take over. They're called Team No Sleep. But anyway, Lara Kwame Jantua is staying on with the midnight team. He says he's not sleeping all night. And so let me just quickly cross over to Johnny and of course my colleague Beatrice and Michael as we wrap up. My name is Pelham. Team.
It's been 6 hours came quite quickly and it's been interesting moments bringing you updates from Parliament and the likes. My name is Mike Lobodu.
My name is Beatrice.
All right, guys, thank you very much indeed. And this is our extended coverage. We're building up to when the President-elect John Dramani Mahama will officially outdoored and the investiture will happen in Parliament. And so they tell Mr. Jones, driver's mate is also a job. But we'll cross over now to Parliament, where Komla Nuche and Mawenai Beta are standing by
Well, let's go to Parliament now.
Right, and so you're live here still on your election command center. And what we can officially tell you is that the 8th Parliament, dead and gone, the 9th Parliament is upon us. We're what? 6 minutes into the 7th of January. And like we've been talking to you about up until this point, the official inauguration of the 9th Parliament is now underway. The Clerk of Parliament has made his way here. All members of Parliament are outstanding as the clerk reads out really in detail.
What the clerk is reading now is the prayer, and so we're going to have to listen to that in silence. This is the prayer that the Speaker or members of the House.
Human life be realized in our midst. Oh God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and a love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Excellencia, he showed a lot of human relationship. He has a very, very good relationship with not just MPs, the media, the parliamentary staff as well. And so it was not surprising that he was made the clerk. So I'm not. Is the ceremony.
For the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament, know ye all men that in the exercise of the powers conferred on the clerk to Parliament, I, Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro, acting clerk to Parliament, appointed under Article 124 of the Constitution, and pursuant to Order 82 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, do hereby appoint Parliament House, Accra, to be the place, and 12 midnight of Tuesday, the 7th of January 2025, to be the time when Parliament shall sit to elect a Speaker and Deputy Speakers for the administration of oath to the Speaker and members of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Signed, Ebenezer Ahuma Jethro, acting clerk to Parliament. Members elect, it is my honor to inform you that I have received Commission the writ of elections for the December 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. And I shall proceed to read the communication from the Electoral Commission. Let me indicate that the writs came in sequence. Three writs of elections. Some are supplementary writs of elections. The first writ of election was issued dated 23rd December 2024, addressed the clerk to Parliament. And it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of election for the parliamentary elections held on 7th December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. I write to acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 17th December 2024 with reference number PS/CS/027/34 on the above subject matter. Kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7th December 2024 for 274 constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. Please note that there are two constituencies which have issues with their coalitions. The Commission will notify you when the issues regarding the two constituencies have been resolved. So that is the first one. The second writ of elections was received on the 2nd of January 2025. It reads, the clerk to Parliament of Accra, yes sir, submission of writ of elections for the Domi Kwabenya parliamentary elections held on 7th December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust this letter finds you well. Following the completion of the collation of polling station results for the Domi Kwabenya constituency, kindly find attached the writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on Saturday, 7th December 2024 for the Domi Kwabenya constituency. Also attached is a schedule containing the name of the candidate elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2024 CI 127. Signed, Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair Operations. The third writ of election was received on the 5th of January. 5th January. Also addressed the clerk to Parliament and it reads, Dear Sir, submission of writ of elections for Otaikwe Central, Tama Central, and Tajima South parliamentary elections held on 7th December 2024. I bring you greetings from the Electoral Commission and trust that this letter finds you well. For the completion of the collation of police station results for Otaikwe Central, Tama Central, and Tajima South constituencies, kindly find attached writ of elections for the parliamentary elections held on 7th December 2024 for the above mentioned constituencies. Also attached is a schedule containing the names of the candidates elected pursuant to Regulation 43(2)(b) of the Public Elections Regulation 2020 CI 127. Again, signed by Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair Operation for Chairperson. Our members, elect, by this communication, the writs are hereby tabled for the information of the entire House. Our members elect, Order A3 of our standing orders states that a clerk as the presiding officer shall conduct a roll call of the members of Parliament elect and a A member is expected to respond to the roll call. I now proceed to call out your names in alphabetical order. But before I do so, it is imperative to bring to the attention of honorable members a matter of concern. I say so because I know this is a matter which will come up on this floor. And so it is my noble duty, legally, constitutionally, and procedurally, to draw your attention. So I proceed, honorable members. I proceed. Two issues relating to two constituencies outstanding. And the constituencies are Ablekuma, North, and Abetia. Honorable members, will you kindly listen as we proceed? Ablekuma North and Abetia. The case of Ablekuma North is known to all of us in this honorable house. We don't have a writ of elections from the Electoral Commission in respect of Ablekuma North. And therefore, it is impossible to proceed with any matter relating to Ablekuma North in terms of roll call and in terms of the eligibility of a member for that constituency to participate in the election of the Speaker. In the case of Abuja, the clerk to Parliament was served a process on the 3rd of January 2025 with an order of interim injunction from a High Court in Koforidua. This order was served through the leader office of the Parliamentary Service. The order directed the respondents, including the clerk to Parliament, indicating that they are restrained from proceeding to call, admit, register, swear in, recognize, gazette the said Ernest Yao Kumi as the elected member for the Abuja constituency. At the time of the receipt of the order, the Parliamentary Service had already completed the process of registration of Ernest Yao Kumi as member-elect. This is precisely because the first writ of election that we received, Ernest Yao Kumi, was part of that process to receive writ of elections in respect of Ernest Yao Kumi. And without the pendency of any process, the Parliamentary Service, in compliance with due process, had to register the member. So we did so. Subsequently, it has come to our attention. There's a restraining order of the court. Restraining not just the member, but the clerk to Parliament from proceeding with the registration from proceeding with the members' participation in the election of the Speaker. This is a matter that honorable members ought to know. Since it is a court order, which order restrains the clerk to Parliament as well from proceeding or dealing with a member in this matter, I find myself constrained. duty to do. The member may decide, may elect to participate. But in doing so, I'm drawing attention to Article 105 of the Constitution. And I will read, and I read. A person who sits or votes in Parliament, knowing or having reasonable grounds for knowing that he is not entitled to do so, commits an offense and shall be liable for conviction to such penalty as shall be prescribed by or under an enactment of Parliament. Having done this, I have discharged my noble duty. I'll end there. At this time, all members are proceed. Mr. Chairman, colleagues, please, let's make a headway. Mr. Chairman, we have heard you. This is a house of rules and procedure that is not in doubt. This is a house that relies on precedence. I just have a simple answer to the point you made, and I have the instructions of my respected colleague-elect, Honorable Ernest, and fortified by the precedents of this house, which precedence is dated 7th of January 2021. I simply, Mr. Chairman, the member so desires to proceed to be sworn in and to also participate in the election of the speaker and bear the consequences himself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our members. I'll do the roll call, sit with the roll call. And I'll invite the head of table to proceed with the Mr. Chairman, we do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. We do not want surprises. I am therefore, for the records, inviting you to respond to the position the honorable member concerned has taken, just for the records, because we don't want surprises as we proceed. So we want to know, so that we take. Honorable members elect, I have taken note of what the honorable minority leader has said. We will proceed appropriately. Yeah. consequences of his actions and inactions. So we leave it there. We will proceed. So, head of table.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this matter. Mr. Chairman, yes, the minority leader has spoken. He spoke for the member. But Mr. Chairman, since the member-elect is before this House, it will only be right for that member to speak for the records. Mr. Chairman, I say this because the court has issued an order. The third order has been served on the member and the clerk to Parliament. Mr. Chairman, you read to us Article 105 of the Constitution. The honorable member, the minority leader, took responsibility and spoke on behalf of the member-elect. We want to... Yes, I listened to him, I heard him. If he's taking responsibility, let the record reflect. Let the record reflect that the member-elect for Apetia constituency have disregarded the court order and the repercussions of Article 105 of the Constitution apply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We shall now proceed with the roll call. We are proceeding with the roll call. When a member-elect's name is mentioned, the member must rise in his seat to be recognized. Thank you, members-elect. Head of table, proceed with the roll call.
Abdul Khalid Mohammed Sharif. Ablapasa Bolo Kujetu. Abuaji George Kwame. Abuaji George Kwame. Abuaji George Kwame. Richard. Aqua Alexander Kwesi. Adam Hamza. Adam Mohammed Amin. Adam Sabtu Salam. Adam Sophie Iji. Adam Mishak Mahama. Ado Ebenezer Kweku. Ado Kweku. Ado Yao Frimpong. Ado Kenneth Daniel Nana. Adi Frederick. Ejay Felicia. Ado Marco Ernest. Adongo Isaac. Educhum Yao Osei. Afenyo Sadem Kweku. Afenyo Markin Alexander. Apple Eric. Apple Kofi Benton. Efriye Nanayu. Efriye Frank. Adalga James. Agbana Eric Adams. Agbana Fred Kwesi. Agbana Charles Akwesi. Agbana Fred Kwesi. Agbana Charles Akwesi. Agboja Kwame Gobbins. Ejari Alexander. Ejekum Emmanuel Kwejo. Ajimai Prempe Eric Nana. Ajimai Kingsley. Ajimai Rollins Aneto. Ajinsan Lawrence. Ahinkan Frederick Yao. Ahi Sampson. Ahiapo Bernard. Ahmed Ibrahim. Edu Michael Kwesi. Akando Kwabnaminta. Apugu Faustina Elikin. Akwete Oki Felix. Alajo Seidu Al-Hassan. Al-Hassan Abu Fatawu. Al-Hassan Sweeney Shaibu. Al-Hassan Umar. Amankwa Millicent Yabua. Amankwa Nicholas. Amankwa Menu Kofi. Amwa Stephen. Amwaku Andrew Esiama. Amwaku Janko Rudolph. Ampabi Simon Sherman. Ampafu Kwame Chumesi. Ampechum Sapon Kweku. Enim NFCL. Ankuma Emilia. Anodon Frank. Animedu Enchi Kwame. Animedu Enchi Kwame. Attack Clement Abbas. Apia J. Patricia. Arhin Ebenezer Prince. Amma Blake Nyamike. Asa Emilia. Asamoah Fred Che. Asamoah Vincent Topong. Asante Lawrence Koko. Asante Boating Kweku. Asare Kwame Obey. Etiedu Aida Ajua. Asensu Boachi Francis. Ashi Alfred Nikote. Etiedu Charles. Asafwa Vincent Eko. Aworigo Simon Akibangi. Ewana Neje Bafo. Ewuku Samuel. Awuni Teresa Ladi. Ayamba Ladi Ayi. Ayarda Mahama. Ayet Nana Asafweje. Ayen Sudan Pagwe, Ayen Dominica Kritinga, Azuma Bandim Abednego, Azuma Joseph, Befi Michael, Matadi Mohammed Isa, Baldra Charles, Nawadua Charles, Beja Emmanuel Kwesi, Bepi Frank Estie Dubekwe, Besi Daniel Keshi, Beyo Titus Kofi, Bisu Baby Kukwa, Waku Gideon, Wachi Adam Patrick, Wa Emmanuel Kweku, Wa Ma Patrick Yao, Wa Ting Joseph Apia, Wa Ting Kwabla, Brahma Mohammed Bawa, Rifo Bright Samoa, Wa Emmanuel Amakofi, Blackman Philip Fifi, Bukari Joseph Nipe, Chiwete Andrew Derry, Kujo Comfort Doyo, Kujo Joanna Jan, Kujo Robert Wisdom, Dafiama Roxton, Nelson, Eche, Kwame, Damwa Kwejo, Dan Abdul Latif, Dan Benestina Ofori, Dapa Elvis Osei Mensa, Dapina Cletu Seju, Dako John, Dako Mensa Papnotre, Dauda Collins, J. Sebastian Fred, Jabba Nelson Kofi, Jobadi Dorani Godwin Enimli, Dra Emmanuel, Dumelo John Seto, Jiwanu Lorentia, Enu James, Fataya Abdul Aziz, Foko Chunebua Kodia, Fojo John Intie, Fomadi Jean-Marie, Fortin Castle Atoba, Fortin Charles, Frimpon Anampao Kwamiado, Frimpon Joseph, Frimpon Ohene Kwame, Frimpon Owen Kwame, Dr. Kwame Jujoli, George Samuel Nate, Ganza Al-Hassan Kobla, Gomado Yao, Gomashi Jifa Abla, Jan Mensa Richard, Jechi Nasira Pra, Henry Benzo Godfred, Otoje Alexander Roosevelt, Ibrahim Musala Mohammed, Ibrahim Azura Mohammed, Idrisu Habib, Idrisu Haruna, Isa Atta, Isifu Mahmoud, Jack John Kwame Ado, Jaja Yusuf Isaka, Joseph Godfrey Seidu, Jinapo John Abdullahi, Jinapo Samuel Abdullahi, Kwesi, Contact Martin Kweku Ejay Mensah, Peli Wolase, Potosu Adam Richard Kofi, Kuma Joseph Kwame, Kumi Enes Piao, Corey Richard, Kuyon Solomon, Kwenu Othniel Echo, Kwasi Kweku Ajimai, Jay Shirley, Tredia Dixon, Lamisi Akambai Validia, Labi Oscar Ofori, Latte Agnes Namubo, Lukuto Maxwell Kwame, Mahama Daniel Dunn, Mahama Shaibu, Marco Kofia Henkwa, Mensa Collins Adomako, Marco Kofi Ahenkwa, Mensa Collins Adomako, Mensa Isaac Ejay, Mensa Joseph Kwesi, Mijima Shaibu Nurain, Mills Samuel Atta, Mie Anthony, Mohammed Haruna, Mohammed Yakubu, Mubarak Seed, Mumuni Alasan, Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, Inkakara Suma Anthony, Nandaya Sali Yao, Nanja Sanja, Napari Dominic, Nate Ayuku Benjamin, Nawani Mark Kurt, Indebila Ebenezer Alumri, Nichema Bila Alamzi, Nitiwu Dominic Bingham Aduna, Inkanta Wedu Mavis, Inkuma Kojo Kwong, Nukwa Pius Kwame, Nokwai Kofi Ako, Nobe Ernest Henry, Notuko Toy Peter Kwesi, Intebe William Ayo, Intekuni Emmanuel Kofi, Intim Athlete, Intosu Helen Ajwa, Nuridin Mumuni Mohammed, Nyakote Albert Tete, Nyako Bismarck Tete, Nyako Isaac Guaman, Nyako Kingsley, Nyako Thomas Ampem, Nyako Pamela Minta, Nyinda Matthew, Oklu Linda Ohinewa, Odampton Isaac Asha, Okoriata Duke William Allen Kwame, Oposu Felix Pache, Oposu Jerry Elizabeth, Osei Kennedy Nyako. Osei J Nana. Osei Akoto Ted. Osei Akoto Ted. John Kwabena Bless. Red Charles Aswako. Owusu Gloria. Owusu Rachel Amma. Owusu Charles Francis Kwabena Brimpong. Peito Desmond Digwa. Pelko Abdul Rashid Hassan. Pokwe Dusay Ralph. Quentin James Jechi. Ramadan Mohammed Adamu. Ricky Pagan George Kweku. Salam Damaka Ama Epianima. Shandari Sebastian Meneso. Soya Queen Sapokwa. Sefer Richard Kwame. Seidu Haruna. Shaib Jerry Ahmed. Soso Francis Xavier Kojo. Sowarita Nao Dole. Supari Mohammed Adams. Sulemana Adama. Sulemana Al-Hassan. Suleiman Al-Hassan Kampuli. Suleimana Yusuf. Tanko Mustafa Amadu. Taylor Issa Khalifu. Taylor Abi Ebenezer Otite. Tete Agochi Gisela. Tete Joycelyn. Tete Joseph Akwete. Tobin Emmanuel. Sophie Doha. Tobu Peter Lanchini. Ture Mahama Nasser. Jeko Thomas Bolanyo. Subas Abdul Raouf Tonjem. Yusuf Mustafa. Vanderpoy Alfred Oko. Bondi David. Winston Anaba Thomas. Yabua Frank. Yabua Kofi Okwe. Yibo Isaac Awuku. Zidin B. and Watazumo.
Thank you very much. Now, members elect, we shall proceed in accordance with Standing Order 81 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. I am satisfied that quorum is present in this house to enable me proceed to conduct the election of the Speaker. In doing so, I would like to draw your attention to Article 95(1) of the 1992 Constitution, which requires that a Speaker of Parliament be elected by members of Parliament from among persons who are members of Parliament or qualified to be elected to refer you to Order 7.2, which states, a person shall not be proposed for election as speaker unless the person has given a written consent to the clerk to be nominated as speaker. It is also important to draw your attention to Standing Order 8.5 of the House, Articles, where only one person is proposed. The person shall be declared elected and conducted to the chair without any question being put. A member elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person who take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. All members elect, I now invite nominations for the election of the Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, I come under Order 84. Mr. Chairman, I beg to read. A member elect addressing the clerk shall propose a person to the House as the Speaker of Parliament and shall move that the person do take the chair of this House as Speaker, which motion shall be seconded without debate or remarks. Mr. Chairman, I move that Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Badbin do take the chair of this House as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Badbin is a teacher, a lawyer, a politician, a statesman, a result-oriented and transformational leader. He was elected as Speaker of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic on the 7th January 2021, thus becoming the first person ever in the history of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana to be elected to the high office of the Speaker of Parliament from a political party that is neither in government nor controls the majority, called to the as barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Ghana in 1982 and engaged in private legal practice between 1983 and 1993. He later established a law firm in 1994 called the Law Trust. Right Honorable Speaker entered the University of Ghana in 1977 and graduated in 1980 with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Law and English. He proceeded to the Ghana School of Law in Accra, where he was called to the bar and became a solicitor and advocate of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Honorable Babin later earned a postgraduate certificate on privatization of public utilities at the Eastern and Southern African Management Institute, Tanzania, in the year 1999. He also has an executive master's in governance and leadership from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, JIMPA. Right Honorable Badbin entered Parliament on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress in 1993. He won 7 consecutive parliamentary elections. He was Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker decided not to contest as a member of Parliament at the end of his term of the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic in the year 2021. He was elected Speaker of Parliament of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. Within these years, spanning some 28 good years. Honorable Alban Kingsford Babin served on various parliamentary committees and chaired several of them. He served as the minority leader from January 2001, a position he held for 8 good years until he transitioned to the majority leader and leader of government business in the year 2009. Honorable Babin again served as the Minister of Water Resources, Works and Housing, and later the Minister of Health between 2010 and 2013. In 2014, he returned to the House as the majority leader and leader of government business for the second time. He was elected the second deputy speaker in January 2017 for the duration of the 7th Parliament. He was a member of the task force responsible for the President of Ghana's priority project in health, education, and transport from 2013 to 2017, famously referred to by Ghanaians as the 3 wise men. Right Honorable Speaker also served and continues to serve on several boards and international organizations. This includes currently the chairman of the Parliamentary Service Board of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana that dissolved today. He was a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Parliament, and he was also in attendance as a member of the Parliamentary Service Board for the 7th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He was a member of the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, the ACPEU, at Belgium between 2013 and 2015. He was again a member of the International Council for Parliamentarians for Global Action. He is again the founding member, Global Organization for Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, between 2004 and 2014. He was a member of Parliamentarians for Global Action, again between 1994 to 2017. He was the Vice President of CA between 2021 to 2022. Currently the President, Conference of Speakers, and President of African Legislatures. He is a member of the International Advisory Council for Global Governance in Washington, and a member of the International Council for Political Renewal, again in the United States, Washington. For his outstanding leadership and lifetime of dedication to public service, both in Ghana and abroad, Speaker Babin was awarded Doctor of Law Honoris Causa, LLD, by the University of Professional Studies, UPSA, in the year 2017. Right Honorable Speaker has won a significant number of international and domestic awards. He's a strong advocate for gender and social inclusion, women's rights and empowerment, and equitable representation in Parliament in all decision-making across the country and globally. He's also noted for his principled, courageous, firm, decisive, and resolute personality. Right Honorable Babin is a man of high integrity and a Democrat by excellence. Mr. Chairman, Speaker Babin championed several institutional reforms and the welfare of members in the parliamentary process during his first term as Speaker. In addition to this, he is the first Speaker of this House to demystify Parliament by taking the institution to the doorsteps of the people of Ghana. He is married with 2 kids. I so agree. Thank you.
Seconder. No minority leader.
Chairman, it is my distinct honor to rise to second this motion ably moved by my respected colleague, Dr. Casey Atuba Fossey. I second this motion. Before I second this motion, under the rules of this House, which secondment requires that there should be no need for remarks or debate, I shall address some preliminary matters before. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this House is an independent constitutional body. The mandate given to us to elect a speaker is engraved in the provisions of the Constitution, in particular, Article 95 of the Constitution. The Speaker he hasn't told. Mr. Chairman, your guidance will be needed in this matter. This is my fourth term in this House. And this is the first time in the history of this Parliament. Our standing orders are very clear. When you rise to second a motion, there must be no remark, no debate. What the minority leader, who has not told us if it is now spiritually okay for him to sit in the minority leader's chair, I don't know what his spiritual advisors are telling him now. He cannot be violently violating our standing orders with such impunity. We cannot accept. So, Mr. Chairman, please, we invite you to ensure that this solemn occasion proceeds with respect for our Constitution and the standing orders of the House. If you have some, you call it preliminary remarks, you can do that out of the confines of the motion and secondment. You are minority leader. You are well within your right to make your preliminary remarks after. You cannot be violating our standing orders. Please, let's be careful the precedent we set. This is so bizarre. It's never been seen in this House. So, respected minority leader, please. And I'm getting the impression that the clerk is allowing the minority leader to dictate. Please. Let's see your authority. We will not accept this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members. Honorable members, thank you very much. The honorable minority leader indicated to the speaker that should be without debate or remarks. And I believe the honorable minority leader will do exactly so. Honorable minority leader, you may proceed without debate or remarks. Honorable minority leader, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I do.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I do not. Speaker, I will always want to respect his views, but I love debate, and I would want us to go into the issues. I respectfully, I kept quiet. You are impatient. I kept quiet for you. Let's have some decorum. Mr. Chair, my practice at the bar is always a guide for me. Never, you pay attention. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. This is a matter of law. Law. Law, pay attention. When Mr. Chairman, I said I have a preliminary matter, I meant to say that I have to deal with the preliminary matter before I get to the stage of seconding the motion. And that is allowed. Mr. Chairman. So let National Executive and Parliamentary Leadership of National Democratic Congress mandated the nomination, Mr. Chairman, of the Right Honorable Abansuma James Kofabi as Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this letter is signed by Mr. Felix Ofosu, Chief Ofosu, as Special Aid. Chairman, the preliminary issue, I'm ready to effect that the nomination, the consent, word from that letter, to nominate, word from that letter, that was the question where it was not tolerated, now Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion for amendment, except that this may be without limiting the right of the member to speak later at a later stage within the debate. Most importantly, Mr. Chair, 11, it says, a mover of a motion or amendment may speak in support of the motion, but subject to these orders, no further, and that's where the emphasis is, no further debate is allowed until the motion or amendment has been seconded. So what you're saying, yes, it's within your right as a member, and even when you go to order A, after seconding and the motion is through, before the speaker is called to take the chair, the Senate allows a member get up and move other points before that chair. So all we are saying is that in what you are doing, you are approving the, you can second the motion, not the motion first. If you have something to say, you get up and you cut the hour and the chair, and then you will be allowed to speak. So we are doing that, and we need to go like that. Thank you very much, Honorable Minority Leader, I take it that you have seconded the motion. If you haven't seconded the motion, Honorable Minority Leader, you will second the motion. You will not proceed on any other matter apart from seconding the motion. So long as I remain the chair of this proceeding, you will not do any other thing apart from seconding the motion. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I have heard Honorable Muntaka. I disagree with him. I will reserve that for another day. Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, a preliminary matter is a preliminary matter. Having raised them, Mr. Chairman, having raised them, I shall proceed, therefore, to second the motion moved by my legislator. All right. The motion for the nomination for consideration for election to go for the speaker has been moved and every seconded. Earlier, I drew attention to the relevant provisions of the standing orders, which requires a consent letter from the person nominated. Let me indicate, I have in my hand a consent letter addressed to the clerk of Parliament, Parliament Council. Attention, Mr. Amuma Jeffro. Written consent to be nominated as the Speaker. Pursuant to Order 72 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I hereby consent to be nominated to be elected as the Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic. Your cooperation is highly solicited. Signed, Right Honorable Alban Swana, Kingston, Manny. So we have the consent letter. Having secured the consent letter, it is appropriately
faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana
to the Republic of Ghana
as by law established,
as by law established,
that I will uphold the sovereignty
that I will uphold the sovereignty
and integrity of Ghana,
and integrity of Ghana,
and that I will preserve,
and that I will preserve,
protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. Now we will have the speaker's oath. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the integrity of the Republic of that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge my duties as Speaker of Parliament, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the
Speakership of the House and for recommending my candidature. In consultation with the leadership of the great National Democratic Congress to be elected Speaker of this Parliament, I came to the Speaker of the 8th Parliament with my experience as the longest legislator of the House. I now come to the 9th Parliament with just not that background, but now with the experience of 4 years of speakership of a very difficult hung parliament. I promise to bring all these experiences to bear in guiding this House to perform its mandate with efficiency, diligence, and above all, with a sense of being the bulwark of democracy in Ghana. To the good people of Ghana who continue to hope for a better Ghana, I urge you to support your parliaments and be interested and engaged in the work of parliament. As the standard orders of parliament direct, after we have performed this duty of electing me as the Speaker of Parliament, I will have the singular honor and duty to also proceed to perform the other duties imposed by the standard orders of the House. That is, to swear in the members elect and proceed to supervise the election of 2 deputy speakers of the House. Once again, I am very grateful for this great honor. I thank you so much. Honorable members, we now proceed to item 6 on the order paper. Taking of oaths.
Right, and now we have a Speaker of the Ninth Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, in the person of Alban Kingsford Simona Bagwe, who's getting the opportunity to do this the second time. He's the longest serving member of Parliament to get this opportunity. It's been an interesting journey to this in the last 1.5 hours or so. Do you expect that this will cut this much?
I thought it was needless. I felt he would have carried it out, especially when you know there was no objection. There was going to be any election, there was not going to be any voting. Sometimes, I mean, well, but also that it's also part of the process. But unfortunately, like, yeah, it's so this, and everybody, even sitting there, realized that Afenimaki was just trying to drag them and the people into the conversation and drag it on, and they got it. They were all over the place, raising issues as if they didn't know what he was doing. When you say good communication like this, what we do, that is an assembly of the freedom of expression. What's the end game? You said you had preliminary points to know. Did you have objection? You didn't have an objection, or you want to have a preliminary issue? No question, what's the end game? It's not like you don't get your own thing. Okay, if you want to have your say, you can have your say on another day. Because from here, you're supposed to be at the Independence Square for the swearing of the next president of the Republic of Ghana. The last thing you want to do is to spend a lot of time here. Okay? They are going to be at the Independence Square. And they're going to be there. He was quoting of that background himself when he had to second the nomination of the difference between the banking era and this era is the fact that in the banking era, we actually would have done this in the morning. Okay, so the White House here would be in Parliament around 9, 10, and then everything will start at 9. It's like, yes, a previous swearing in went into the day and actually affected the swearing in the timing and everything. So we've learned lessons. Ghanaians have voted massively for the NDC to have an absolute majority in Parliament. What you can do is that let us pass. And when the speaker will come back and address all of you, you can then take over and say that Mr. Speaker, you have been an advocate of an independent Parliament. How come your own appointment have to come from elect? You can trigger that. Your point is that this is better off going into the review meeting of this procedure when they sit on their own. What we are watching is getting to know, because in effect there's no objection. So the reality on the ground is, and you kept on saying preliminary point, but this is Parliament. No, we're not saying this is Parliament. This is that time where the people's representatives are, and the Constitution provides for the freedom of expression in this place. There's a
also live on 3FM 92.7, your ever lifestyle radio. Speaker Bagman obviously not happy that some members of Parliament who are yet to be sworn in, members of Parliament elect, I should say, who are yet to be sworn in, have gone outside their chamber, and he has registered his resentment and asked that they be brought in. Go back to Parliament.
I swear you in, it's proper. I draw your attention to the presence of some important dignitaries in the House. We have the spouse of the Chief Justice of West, Mr. Francis Tokum. Apart from her spouse, Madam Alice Adjoa Yunus. We also have His Excellency
Adama Bitogo, Président Assemblée nationale de Côte d'Ivoire. As you know, he's a very dear friend and brother of mine. You are most welcome. We also have the Right Honorable Nagbekum, Speaker of the Liberian House of Representatives. We have His Excellency Fortune Zifamia Shalbira, Speaker of the Pan-African Parliament. We have Honorable Ajaratu Traore Coulibaly, Second Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. We have the Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Honorable Johnson Asiedu Enketia. He is ably supported by the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress in the person of Honorable Fifi Fiali Kweti. We have the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Information, Broadcasting, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism Committee, and also the Vice Chairman of the Maritime Committee in the person of Senate Abraham Darius Dillon. I'm sure you can see the galaxy of our kings, our queens, our queen mothers in the public gallery. And I see your lovely, the term I use here is spouses of members of parliament. And those who actually lead us spiritually, we have a lot of religious leaders with us. So those of you who go quoting the Holy Books, whether the Holy Quran or the Holy Bible, please kindly take note and don't mislead when you are quoting. We have a number of the members of the diplomatic corps with us. On your behalf, I warmly welcome all of you. Now I can see that all members are present. All members elect actually, in accordance with Article 100 of the 1992 Constitution and Order 13.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I shall proceed to administer the oaths to you, members elect, and you may swear on the Bible, the crucifix, or the Holy Quran. Alternatively, a member elect may make and subscribe to a solemn affirmation.
I now kindly request members-elect to rise in their seats. I intend to commence with the oath of allegiance. Honorable members-elect, you shall repeat after me. I do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We shall now proceed to the oath of a member of Parliament. And once again, you repeat after me. I, having been elected a member of Parliament, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of Parliament. So help me God. Honorable members, you may now resume your seats.
Listeners on 3FM 92.7, the members of Parliament are done taking their oath and presently congratulating each other, shaking hands and extending warm regards to themselves. I'm sure at this point, once proceedings are done here, the Speaker would have to adjourn and then hopefully tomorrow morning by 10 a.m. We'll go back to Parliament.
Please resume your seats. Honorable members, resume your seats. Honorable members, before I congratulate all of you on the assumption of office as members of parliament, it is important I remind you of the crucial role of political leadership in development. Honorable members, it is very important for you to keep uppermost in your mind the crucial role of political leadership in the process of national development. Society develops or fails to develop depending on the extent to which its political leadership is intelligent, creative, skillful, committed, and has the capacity to enlist support, induce loyalty, and to inspire confidence. Today, we are now the political leaders of Ghana. And this onerous responsibility rests with us. I know together we can do it. We have no alternative than to coalesce together to develop Ghana. With this, I thank you for your patience and attention. I will, on behalf of your constituents, the good people of Ghana, and our beloved Mother Ghana, congratulate you all for this achievement. I'm aware of what you went through before you got elected to this house. And I trust that you will not abuse the trust and confidence of the people. With this, honorable members, you are all to sign the oaths and submit the signed copies to the marshal. Please, you can do that now or later. members, happily, your new standing orders is in print, and you'll be giving copies soon. May I now have the guidance of the leadership of the House, whether there's any more item for us to take, or we should call it a night. Majority Leader and Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may we please proceed to item 7. The House elect deputy speakers. Item 7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is that the sense of the House? We shall now proceed to item 6 to elect the 2 deputy speakers of the House. Any nominations?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Article 96 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana and the Standing Order 12 of this House, I hereby nominate Honorable Bernard Anyako for consideration by this August House as the third Deputy Speaker of this Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Anyako is a distinguished lawyer with 23 years of experience at the bar. He is currently an NDC Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency. In the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he was a respected member, ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Anyako comes from Akijive in the Akachi South municipality in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Anyako was born on the 6th day of February 1973. So he's over 52 years today. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Honorable members, any second?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member of Agako, Honorable Kwame Abuja. I so moved.
I
participate. The motion has been moved and seconded. I proceed to put the question. Honorable members, can you hear me? Honorable members, there being no other nomination, I proceed to declare Honorable Bernard Ahiaku, Member of Parliament for Akachi South constituency, duly elected as the first Deputy Speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. May we now proceed to the election of the second Deputy Speaker. Any nomination? Yes.
Speaker, I rise with respect to nominate I rise to nominate the Honorable Andrew Esiama Amwako for the position of the second Deputy Speaker. Speaker, the Honorable Amwako Esiama is a respected surveyor, a lawyer, an educationist, and to top it up, a politician. In environmental law, degree in conflict, peace and security. He also holds a bachelor's degree in land economy and law. Speaker, the Honorable Esiama is proudly married with 5 children. All of us, most of us in this chamber can testify that in the 8th Parliament, the Honorable Esiama has played the role of deputizing you on many occasions, especially occasions where the House has come to some form of tension. He has dispensed his job and himself creditably. Speaker, let me also say that I have in my hands a letter of consent of the nominee. And so I shall rely on this, and without adding more, I so move. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable members, any second. Speaker, having regard to Article 9.1b of the 1992 Constitution, noting the election of the third deputy speaker from the NDC party, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
I proceed to declare Honorable Asiema Andrew Amwako, Member of Parliament for Formina constituency, duly elected as the second deputy speaker of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. This is the first sitting of the first meeting of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. So I understand, but let it be known that it's unparliamentary to clap in plenary sessions of this house. You don't clap. You say, yeah, yeah. You have to control your emotions. It's a learning process, and so it's important I draw your attention. Let me now happily bring to your attention that the people who made me possible to get to these heights have come in their numbers from the beautiful constituency, the Nadolu constituency in the Upper West region.
And so I have a number of my hard-working constituents at the public gallery. I think it's important you thank them on my behalf for what they've done for all these years. I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Now, with your kind indulgence, I will proceed to suspend the sitting of the House to 10 in the forenoon, where we shall all reconvene at the Independence Square for another important activity. Honorable members are expected to be seated by 9 in the forenoon. Proceedings will commence at 10 promptly. With this, the sitting honorable members, I've been given further information that in view of the numbers expected at the Independence Square, you are all urged to convene in the presence of Parliament. There will be some buses to convey you to the venue, that is the Independence Square. And so you are expected to be here before the 9 in the forenoon. Please, let's be time conscious in this matter. With this, I proceed to suspend the sitting, and that is the first sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 9th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. The House sitting is accordingly suspended.
And there you have it. So the first meeting of the first session, the first sitting of Parliament done. And we do know that the proceedings will continue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. at the Independence Square, Black Star Square. We have taken you around the place, how ready it is and fit for purpose for tomorrow's activity. We do understand that about 20 head of states from across the world have indicated their commitment to be present. In fact, some of them are already in the country as we speak. They will all be there to grace the occasion as President-elect of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, gets sworn in by the Chief Justice and Leadership Justice Tokman. Also, we will have some conversations here with our panelists who will join us in the studio. Mr. Samuel Payne from Parliamentary Network Africa. Also, Lawyer Yusuf Hussein, former member of Parliament of Tamale Central, former Minister for the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry, also former Information Minister, former MP for Public myself, a renowned journalist and media personality and consultant, also the Noya Manche of one of our key